Hello, welcome to Mystic Moons. Do you ever wonder what's going to happen? Do you want to know what's going to happen? We all wonder what's going to happen. But, and yeah, and if we really try hard enough, you can imagine what's going to happen. And sometimes there's only 2 or 3 things that can be imagined. We're just finishing the year of the snake, 2025. And we're entering the year of the horse, 2026. Now, the year of the horse is a time for action, fast action. And the consequences can be varied. What do I see psychically for 2026? "2026, sides are lining up. A lot of false sides. Sides of, let's say, civil war in the United States. That's a topic. Civil war in the United States is often being touted. One race against another race, one group against religious against another group, poor people against those who are not so poor, the not so poor against the ones richer than them, the drug people against the non-drug people. Lots of chaos. I see 2026 with lots of chaos. People are not encouraged in the United States to do their due diligence of looking up for facts. Facts are like he said, she said. He said, she said, right? Wrong. Because it's wrong thing to think that someone else, anyone, is speaking altruistically, especially when you have a sense of power. However, humans, us, have certain collectivizations that exist in the ether, which means there's mind thought, group thought. And even though many of us are programmed, and we're realizing that in 2026, a lot more people are going to realize that they've been programmed to behave in such and such a fashion. Now, some people will just go, oh, so what? Which will go towards civil discord. However, I see a lot of robot dogs on the street in the cities, gearing up to people. A lot of robot action. I see a lot of robots being civil disciplinarians. We will have machines guarding us. We will have machines making sure we stand in line. In fact, you can see the entire Trump administration going towards robots and machines. Okay, we call them software programs, but software programs must be able to have mobility. Besides having, the frequency sounds and the whole, photon light, blinding light type of aspects, all those sensory type of disciplinary devices. And they will be had. Right now, you can always find a job in the government. It used to be before Trump. There was always a government or state or municipality job. And that is all being replaced with machines. So that was one source of employment for the workers. And now that's been covered over in calling it graft, crime, corruption. In the meantime, replacing all these workers, 35 millions of people have been laid off. Millions of people have been laid off. Now, one thing about not working for somebody else, you have to be a little quicker on your footsteps, on your thought processes. You can be overwhelmed at times, true. But you think faster. When you have a job, you basically don't have to think, and you do it year after year after year after year. When that security of a job is kaput, you're in a stupor. You're like, oh, you forgot how to think. So a lot of people are going to go through that type of how do you say it? Hesitation, which is when you hesitate, you got to have something to fill that up, and that can come to like chaos. So I see a lot of people just becoming extremely disorientated for the first part of 2026, along with one more thing and one more thing and one more thing. The whole thing, the fear maximum, the fear of war, the fear of destruction, the fear of weather disruptions, snow, hurricane, all these type of things, which are all earthquakes, calling it now solar explosions, solar storms. And I see, it's going to really manifest itself in 2026. It's going to be no more theory. It's going to be more acting out. We already see certain elements of society going around killing each other and stabbing and acting out. And you can see even the commercials, you see all over the place, mental health, mental health, nervous tics, schizophrenia, psychosis, stuff like that. Well, in other words, we're like jigsaw puzzles. We're like puzzle pieces in no particular order. That is what civil war I see the beginning of 2026, especially after. Right now, we have in the United States Christmas. We have holidays. We have New York. We have Hanukkah. We have New York. We have New Year's to look forward to. We have Hanukkah. We have Eid. We have this. We have that. But once all the holidays and the festivities end, and then we have the grim reality of what are we doing here? 1 year down from the Trump administration, and the prices will continue higher and higher and higher. Our bills are exceeding our ability to deal with them in an effective manner. And we're also supporting other regimes, war in Europe, war in Taiwan, war in South America, war in Africa. The bases cost money, military bases. Hegemony is expensive. And people are realizing that the breaking point is here. The breaking point in 2026, I see the breaking point. The breaking point. And you wonder, what are you going to do for love? What are you going to do for your career? Well, it's changed. At the same time, once you realize the change is here, it's not the end times, it's not apocalypse, it's not like the earth is going to all of a sudden like eat all the human creatures up and yum yum. No, it's not like that. But as we know, it is not going to be no more. Right now, the solution is going towards a militarized machine type of thing, while humans feel increasingly scattered and in pieces mentally and physically. It's almost as though you've seen those garbage trucks, right? They pick up the garbage. You have the garbage cans, and you see all things, stuff in the box, in the container. And then this huge garbage can comes with this big, huge robotic arm and, picks it up and picks up the container and throws the garbage into the truck. Now, that's something watch that activity. Because that's what humans, we're being prepared to do to ourselves. And that we must resist. We must resist. It's like the dislocation or what is that word? Dislocation. My word usage is kind of like dimmed a bit. Disassociation is a good enough word. Disassociation of who and what we are. It's reaching a pinnacle of who am I? Am I male? Am I female? Am I, 1,000 other things? Am I Am I? It's all am I instead of we are. Where are we going as a collective body of people seeking to have longevity and discovery? Now that's the whole thing. The important word is going to be discovery, because we're going like, what kind of class person you are. I'm black, I'm white, I'm brown, I'm yellow, I'm so forth and so on. I come from my culture, my culture, my culture, my culture, my culture, my religion, my religion, my religion, my religion. Now, granted, one should have some sort of definition of where you can spring from, but that's not your goal. Your goal is to collectively bring the human race to a new level of understanding. And of course, the machines that are calculating and giving you IDs and space don't really care. They have no feeling. They're machines. Even when they shoot and kill you, they have no feelings. That's why they're so effective. And somebody is always programming these machines. I mean, they can basically repair themselves, but it still requires human input. And even when they say super intelligence is just more algorithms, but there's only a certain set behavior that a certain set situation can adhere to. So it's not a big deal. It's like light and dark toast. Light toast, medium toast, dark toast. Hot, high, no, high, low, and warm. Same thing, but a little bit more degrees. The religion of AI and the religion of machines is a religion. It is an undeniable belief that you are inferior because you are an organism. Now, all these things have been like shoved down our faces, shoved down our throats, slammed into us. And what does it leave us? 2025 isn't going to sit around while you theorize what it's going to do. It's going to be smacking you here and smacking you there. Then you're going to have all these types of resistance. Have all this. This sucks. We're going to have this suck. This sucks. No matter how you want to phrase it, that's the element that's going to be very keen, very big. And you're realizing that no one's going to come and save you. There's no Spider-Man, Superman, Iron Man to come, or Captain America who's going to come and go, oh, I can do it for you. No, you're not going to go run around like a bunch of cockroaches. We're not going to do that. We're going to have to figure out that it's easy to have somebody tell you what to do. It's easy. You go to a job, they tell you do this, do that. You have a functionality. You go to these classes, you have a functionality. You have to learn, parakeet these phrases and these actions. When you go to med school, same thing. This is the body, blah. You cut it up and do this, that. And the same thing with engineering. This fits into that, and this goes here, and that's go there, and that's a system of suspension. Physics the same way. Physics is a little different, which is interesting. Physics is almost like the art of the sciences, because it has so many hypotheses, so many dualities, so many fractions. Almost like what is art. It's like poets. It's poetry. Now, right now you can like press a button and you can become instant artist. Press another button, become instant writer. Press another button, become instant musician. But that aside, you still realize that you are not doing it. You're a toaster type, hot, low, high, low, and warm is doing it for you with the different degrees. Now, that kind of reality or rationalization is going to be in the year of the horse. It's going to jump. It's going to leap out. You're going to be constantly told this is the end times. The earth is always changing, always moving, and it won't stay still for you or I, nor for the people or the creatures that are polluting it. And 2026, the year of chaos, the year of social unrest, because you know why it's social unrest this coming year will be? It's because where stupid doesn't stay stupid. Real stupid just goes into the crematorium and says, I want to die. Euthanize me, please. That's real stupid. I can't do it anymore. And people will do that for a variety of reasons. It's suffering. Truth is hard to bear. It is hard to bear because fantasy is encouraged in societies. You are the chosen ones. You are the most exceptional ones. You are a proud people. We are. I mean, all this faux unity, it exists right now. We, the people, brother, sister, cousin, and blood type, sun sign, 10th house, 12th house. There still is lacking the glue that puts us together. This is why we're susceptible to being taken over, being frightened, being fearful. But we'll find out the chaos that we endure in the first part of 2026 will just lead us to more chaos. And then, while we're going around like a bunch of rabid fire ants at each other, something is going to appear in the sky. Something is going to appear in the sky, which many will say it's a hologram. It's holograms. And there will be holograms because holograms are fabulous. I mean, I've seen them. I've seen them. I've seen it. It's hard to distinguish between what is there and what's not there. But holograms aside, the real deal is here. The real deal of what is coming for us is here. And this will be, in the midst of all this chaos, it will be the faux one will be try to be a means of stability, slightly stability, or slanting things in one direction. And who is to lose upon the real disclosure of who is coming? Extra human contact. Who will be the real losers? Well, obviously, who do you think? Who do you think will be the real losers? Well, obviously, it's the power structure of right now, today's world in 2025. 2025 is going to be the power structure. It's going to be glad that that people are fighting among themselves. Oh, they're trying to do away with white people. They're trying to destroy the culture of this and that, and this and that, this and that, this and that. And all that is, think of it in dollars and cents. The white people in the United States are yakking that they're being displaced. And for the surface of it, it does seem that way. But if we take a look at the commercial aspects of the perpetration of that fact, we know that the continent of Africa is a big deal. And all the countries are vying for African support. In fact, the UN is over in Africa already. It's moved down to New York just about. It's got quite a big section of the UN. It's in Nairobi. It's not in New York City anymore, because New York City, they have special plans for it. And having the center of the UN, the global power, is no longer the United States. It's no longer Estados Unidos. No, it is not. And that is a freaky, which is why the Trump administration is so keen on the Department of War, because a wounded tiger is dangerous. And also, the United States doesn't want to give up. The United States will move everybody over to Africa, which is the whole the plex of showing the United States is such an integrated society. We don't have colonialistic viewpoints and things like that. We're showing ourselves to the continent of Africa that we have a lot of colored people over here, essentially. A lot of black people, a lot of brown people, but mostly we have like integrated society, which is not true. But selling wines, merchandise, pizza, chicken, drugs, telephone services, internet services. You see it all. And then you have these champions of so-called tribal things, saying we are being outplaced, we're being, snuffed out, strangled. Our Western culture, our European culture is being, because of immigration, well, the truth be had is these societies over millenniums over millenniums have been integrating, and it's always going on. Moving and moving and moving. You can't make people stay in one spot. Even when they say like Jesus was like basically unknown until he reached the age of 35 or 33. You can't even imagine Jesus staying in a little place over in the Middle East his whole life, because he, damn well he didn't. He didn't have any roots. He didn't have any property. He didn't have any family. So of course he was running around all over the world. Why not? Why not? Why stick around? Why stick around? And he had he was a very social person. So why should he stick in one spot? Why should anybody stick in one spot? That's the whole thing about all sense of adventure, all sense of culture, all sense of being's intelligence is moving around, socializing. Hello, how are you? Or whatever you want to say it. Wherever you want to say it. But when you start coveting somebody else's things, that's when it gets sticky. They don't want to trade. Like right now, we have a trade war. Trade war is always first step to real war, blood war. And you even think of the preparation of the brainwashing that's been going on in these cultures, of like every movie you have is always about war, blowing up, bombs, chaos, destruction, buildings, chaos. So we're already conditioned for chaos, buildings falling apart, things like that. I mean, how many movies are out there not that they do not concern Satanism, culture, not occultism, because occultism is nothing more than the unknown, but it's some sort of ritual thing with horns and this and that, some kind of caricature about where we want to go and what we want to do. At the same time, keeping these undeniable human vices. But however, in 2026, it's different. 2026 is different because the chaos that we are going towards will change the social fabric. We're going to have lots of people that are going, oh, no, 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 no. And a lot of people will just be reacting. But the power structures are for those who look can see just how revealing they really are. And watch it, even the concept of their stars, celebrity stars, people that get written about all the time. And you would think in this country there are almost 400 million people. Why do we have these 20 or so people always in our face? You know how many people can sing like angels, sing like the cherubims? How many people can like move like gods and goddesses, lower G's? How many people can write? Where is the opportunity in this vastness? That's something these are the questions we're going to be asking ourselves. These are the questions These are the questions. What type of chaos? How do we pull ourselves out of the chaos? Right now, we're just wheelbarrowing towards chaos, and will there be an incident like some sort of destruction? Well, there's been incidences of destruction going along. The bridge in Baltimore, all these different the fires in LA. Nobody's cared enough to really investigate why these things are happening, or it's brushed off aside. Because where are we going to live? What are we going to do? And then there's another thing to cloud the mind, cloud the heart. So in terms of the prophecies, predictions, we're in for chaos in the first 6 months. Or less than the first 4 months. I mean, winter, we're impeded a lot by the weather. But there's a lot of unsteady characters, a lot of need to have people bend the knee. And many people are not bending the knee. And we're still having these false, phony divisions, which is not about to change yet. People are realizing that no matter who or what is said, the same actions continue. The same actions continue. And we could say whatever feels good enough, whatever lies that we can wear, they feel good, they smell good, but that doesn't give us love. It doesn't give us a future, does it? It doesn't give us the King of Wands. It doesn't give us the direction that we need to feel. It doesn't. The Emperor, you see all these things. We're going to be told a lot of things by people, their words, people can say you will do this. It's like Trump saying there is no inflation. The economy is fabulous. When you're a 20 times billionaire, your economy is fabulous. 20 times plus billionaire. But for the people who are not billionaires, the Five of Pentacles, there's a lot of difference between the Emperor and the Five of Pentacles. There's a lot of difference. When your stomach aches, when your stomach is full, when you have lodgings, when you don't have lodgings, the breaking point. And then if you're going to herd people and put them in like little camps, how long will that last? How long? Is that be like, flesh farms, of which give them some sedation, fluoride in their toothpaste, drug centers, small little cities with half of the businesses are selling dope legally. And then every other person who's unemployed or semi-employed will be selling drugs, bus stops, street corners, coffee houses. It doesn't matter where they do their venue from. And ha 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 ha, but the ha ha is a hollow ha ha. Because we're not dealing with, we're more or less trying to make mush out of our people. It has nothing to do with foreign drug companies. It has to do with the framework of what we are capable of having. And that's, right now, people are realizing that it's all, so much of what we see is an illusion, it's a lie, it's a story. And that's something that you just cannot, we're too old to believe in the good fairy. We're too old to believe in Santa Claus. Now, I'm sure they're fairies, but they're called other things. I mean, interdimensional creatures, aliens. Now, people say, "Oh, you can't talk about being aliens without be going voodoo voodoo." You become like the crazy. But isn't this crazy? Isn't this crazy to think that you are the only intelligence and there's only one way of saying it? That's crazy. And then when you meet someone to love, like how can you have a relationship when you don't know how to even be yourself yet, right? Or you worship something that's not worshipable. Or you're waiting for some being to appear in the sky and lead you to heaven, death, to lead you to death. Then you have to be careful of the actions of the person, of your leadership. It could be, local politician. It could be the highest level politician. Where are we going and how are we going to get there? And you could say, oh, as long as we have all these robots and software programs, we don't need any humans anymore. Humans are not going to be obsolete. It's been the AI God is the shallow God. The AI God. Because take your crock pot, for instance. Take a crock pot. Now, your crock pot it's nice to have, right? You can just put everything into it and it pops out a nice meal after a certain amount of time, provided you put everything in it. But you can't hug that crock pot, even though it produces something that you nourishment. But it's still a cold thing that needs to be maintained on a structural basic level, right? A crock pot. And that's the kind of like we're being fed lots of crock pots. We're not being fed the things that we need to know. And that's going to become very apparent in 2026. 2026. Like relationships will fall apart because either the man or the woman or the two men and two women are like one is weaker than the partners. One is not as strong as the other because that was not something that was discussed. So when you have a love relationship, you should have the conversation about the what ifs. How are you going to react? A weak person is a weak person. Now, do you want a whole bunch of leeches on you, or do you find strength in leadership? And that kind of leadership is, wait a minute, then there's can be like towards corruption. Corruption because power does lead without equality does lead to subversive action, which we're having happening in the Civil War. Civil War is only going to be a whole bunch of like pieces, and people are going to feel very fragmented. So it's not even a question of civil war, it's a question of fragmentation. Pieces, jigsaw pieces. People are going to feel all sectioned off. And who's going to come to the rescue? The rescue is going to come from an overload of stimuli. People are just going to go, hey, this is BS. I can't take any more of this. This is BS. You ever reach that point? You just go like, oh man, it's too much. It's too much. You walk away. But what happens when everywhere you walk, people are flipping? And you hear a lot of isms. So the isms will never be really explained. They'll just try to get you to follow the old ways, the old pyramid level. So in the midst of people, a lot of people just feeling stupid, feeling chaotic and dislocated, you're going to have a lot more hype than what is actually happening. Some people just freeze. You know, pockets of just go away, go away, go away. Right now we have an insurmountable debt. Insurmountable debt. It cannot be fixed. But let's say we have digital ID, which is already starting in Alaska. Alaska is already saying we're going to have digital ID. But of course, in Alaska, you do get money from the sale of oil and gas. They do pay you up there to stay up there. Now, the wondering, is that digital ID going to spread to the rest of the states? Now, that's what the intended evolution is, with firing everybody from the government and putting robots and software in place. However, those things are extremely hackable, and they take an extreme amount of energy. It's one thing having a 5-course meal and getting back to work, but it's another thing having all the electricity. So your little tiny home cannot be powered up with a certain amount of hours. It's all very unsustainable, and I don't like that word, sustainable, but this is becoming, it can't keep it up. So what do we have? We have disease. We have a new disease, bird flu that can't be cured. We also have this rib cracking virus that your ribs become crackable. How? I don't know, but it's out there. And you also have the Frankenstein virus, which has a kill rate quite high. So, I mean, you're going to have all this, including, synthetic foods and 3D printing meats and fishies and whatnots, edibles. So it's all being set up to be unhealthy as possible, as long as the stress. And remember that you're being counted as disposable by a large portion of society that just loves robots and cute people. Robots, hello. Robots and cute people. And the very young, the very old. Yes, those are the ones that can be snared by many, many, many things. Many, 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 many things. Because they think if you're too old, you don't have any energy or any brain left. If you're too young, you haven't developed anything yet. So you're there. If they can get you to be as hooked up to all the ways of, how do you say this? Well, dependence. Let's say it that way, dependence. So we're going to have a chaotic time. We're having, as soon as the holidays are over, even before, it's really going to come full-fledged whammo. And it depends, our success rate depends on your belief system. That you believe that you are capable of doing things. As simple as that, of doing things. You're not like a piece of garbage to be put up for the trash heap, which is the way that you're being taught to think of yourself as, in confusion in your sex parts. Because instead of giving everybody in education a telescope or a microscope, or encouraging, to look at things down to their most common level, as well as in the heavens and under the sea. See who's here. First, you should see who's here, and stop. And will the government stop speaking to people as though they're idiots? Well, that's not going to change unless we demand to have intelligence. And the only way to demand to have, if you're around a bunch of stupid people, let's just say you're around a bunch of people that just do not wish to know anything, and they do not comprehend anything. What do? Do you hang out and, shut off your brain? No, you don't. Just withdraw. So I see a lot of people that are going to become segmented from the fray of majority. Majority of people are going to take a long time to accept that there's a new definition in town. A new definition. And when you find somebody you love, or is willing to love you, you have to make sure, besides having the, being adequate for your needs, that they are strong enough to withstand the change. Now, the change isn't becoming transhuman. No. The change is realizing the chaos involved in the transhumanist rollout that's happening now. It's starting with facial recognition and digital IDs and all these type of things, which any hillbilly or country person or see a mermaid can, like, in effect, can, like, screw around with the code and, like, decimate all the systems. Now it's like, before it was just you had to unplug, cut a power line. Well, you still can. But if you can just put the wrong code in any of these devices, then, anybody sitting in a farm in Hungary or in, Mongolia can do, or anywhere in the Gulf of Mexico, in the Gulf of America, can do. It's just too easy to put yourself at risk in that manner, a society at risk. Even having EVs, like EVs are big, electrical vehicles, they turn out to be a big flop, right? A big flop. It's like the finance station. You had to wait around, the price of it. They keep on, and then of course, if any type of disaster happens, you can't get electricity power plant is shut off. You can't go anywhere. You're stuck. As well as it could be tampered with and controlled by somebody else. So, it's just kind of worthless. Of course, it may look good, and you go, oh, I got an EV, I got an electric vehicle. There's a reason why 200 years ago, they cut out the electric. The electric vehicles were the first type of transportation cars that they had. But it was deemed too impractical, too expensive, etc. Don't forget that. Don't forget that. So you're going to find yourself, okay, you have chaos. Chaos is a big thing in 2026. And also disclosure that you're going to find out we are not. So can you imagine the people, they go, oh my God, I am all, what can I believe in? And this is called developing yourself. Not for like wickedness, not for like, not for to, like, flip out, not to go around like pouncing your ego on somebody else or your body parts on somebody else. No, it's to realize that, to develop your other skill sets. And to also do manually sew for yourself, grow your own food, do all these things that you should be doing just to make sure that you can survive. Because the day of the conglomerate, the Walmart, supermarket, the great stores, they may not be entirely possible. And then you got to help yourself. And making your own clothes, sewing. So, there's so many things besides like the educational system of giving everybody microscopes and telescopes, is the fact of making your own clothes. Learn to make it. At least you could clothe your naked self, right? At least you could do that. Making things grow. At least you could grow some vegetables, a potato, anything. Can you do that? Can you do that? Can we do that? What got us through the United States in the last two world wars, but coincidentally we started in Europe mainly. And once everybody had a victory garden, they can grow their own food. Today, what do we have? We have supermarkets that have empty shelves. We're in bad shape. This is all going to lend itself to the chaos and freak out that people are going to have in the early part of next year. Now, what will our elected leaders do? Well, they'll be trying to constrict many people into the armed forces, to have them in farms, human farms, and to establish law and order. Martial law they're not going, the military, once it gets in the city, it's not going to come out. It's not going to come out. I mean, maybe they may retract themselves on a certain level, but a couple for show. It's all for show. But are they going to disappear? No. They're not intended to. They're not intended to. Even the fact that it's a slow process that's been building over decade after decade after decade. And it started with Bush, Obama, Biden, and now Trump is bringing it all together. He's bringing it all together, gladly so. Gladly so. And who is his, the tech bros are there as colonels in 202 Division of the Army, right? Military. They're all lieutenant colonels. The tech bros are. What does that tell you? It's anime. It's like the war of the robots, the war of this, the war of that. Machines versus machines. Get your Gundam. Do you have a Gundam? Now, the person, let's just say you have these high-tech machines. You've seen them too. You've seen them in cartoons, anime. You've seen them everywhere. And you also have seen them in real life. I have. You have. But somebody can very well take that wiring, that code, that disk inside that machine called a robot, and they could change it. Oh yes, they have firewalls and stuff like that, but they can be hacked. Anything digital can be hacked. That's the cuteness of it. The hive mentality. If you're going to have a hive mentality, which is after the chaos, they'll attempt to go into a hive, get all the pieces together in a hive mentality, workers, drones, queens, the insect type of thing. That's where you got to be careful. If everybody was acting pure and simple correctly, there would be no need for any type of hive mentality. Sameness does not make rightness. Sameness is what? Mediocrity? Boringness? How can you find love? And even love too. We already have prescriptions of developing people with sexual impulses that. Do you hear much about the family? Do you hear much about a future? No, you got to figure out what is your sexuality instead of like, how many, before children in schools are even taught how to grow a tomato, they're being taught to express themselves in their, genitals, in their sexual activity. In fact, even when newborns are given vaccines against sex diseases. I mean, you got to even have organs developed a little bit. You got to do something, but they're also getting hepatitis, B or whatever it's called, hepatitis B vaccines. So, I mean, what is going on? I mean, a newborn is vaccinated against 18 different things. The poor little baby type of newborn, system has to deal with all this contaminants. So, I mean, we live in a world that is recharging and charging much too much. And ask why, instead of developing our true selves, irregardless of our sex glands, right? Our sex aptitude, which is like, take it slow. Because once the sex goes in there, the brain goes in another department. It does. Even in a relationship, when you get involved with a person and you start screwing each other right away, that you got to wait a second before you even know the person, before the person is your friend or is your enemy or is a so-so or a, good for a few months or good for life, you start screwing that person. The sex glands kind of like take away your brain power of like scrutinizing, because I want. You gotta go, do I need? Those are the kind of things that you have to be careful about. It's not being prudish, it's being prudent. It's being intelligent, which intelligence is not something that many of these societies, especially war hawk societies, want to have their population be intelligent. Intelligent. Intelligent design means you use your noodles not because you are like being, your chromosomes are being lined up on a petri dish. So, when you think about that person you're so hot about, withhold your sexual impulses, your mating impulses, and seeing just what does this person have to offer me with what I want, and could it be something that we want together? And I don't mean just a few blips, orgasms of pleasure. No, I'm talking what is going to get you through the chaos. What is going to get you through the chaos? Some people freak when they get chaos. When chaos happens, they want to nail down everything. Don't smile, don't look, don't talk, don't this, don't that. Now, that's called, it's kind of stifling. That's stifling. And do as I say, or I'll beat you up. It happens to men too. Men get beat up too. Men and women, and sameness gets beat up too. It just depends who is more loosely hinged. Who is more loosely hinged, right? Hello, 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 hello. Are you prepared for 2026? 2020, that's a long time, right? 2026, the year of the horse. So we're going to have chaos, big time chaos. Now we're going to have earth changes. It's certainly going to have earth changes because if, let's say, the United States is too busy bombing up Venezuela and Caribbean and Colombia and all these things, where else? In the Middle East, with Syria, Lebanon, I'm losing count. In Africa, Nigeria, Sudan, Somalia, Taiwan, China, blah, blah, blah. Bombing all these places with all their 1,000 plus bases. I think they have 1,006 bases. Now, we do know the United States tectonically is very, very soft point. We know the soft points of all the countries all over the world. And the tectonic plates are always moving. And we do know that the Earth changes based on one of the planets of our solar system. We have a lot of pulls, a lot of magnetic pulls. And now every country has its heart machine, high frequency raises, right? Weather modification, weather manipulation. I've lived through weather, and we all are right now, chemtrails are a different type of weather manipulation. But I've been in the desert, and I've been there for like the seeding of the clouds and the effects of that. I still can see to this day a big, huge 1 meter by 1 meter by 1 meter spots on my walls of moisture all of a sudden appearing because these places in the desert weren't geared for that type of rainfall. And of course, it's been even more intense lately. I mean, you've had rivers turning into rivers, streets have become rivers. Hi, Katie. How are you? So what do you think about 2025? It's over. 2026. 2026 is, yes, I expect a lot. So you have to nail down yourself. You're going to have to nail down first of all, your emotions. Calm down. Realize that like the first cue to screwing up is to get overexcited. Overexcited. Right. The first cue of getting what? Questions. Well, go ahead. What do you think? I mean, just you can answer the question, I'm sure, yourself. I mean, but you got to know that if you're just hooking up with somebody, and it could be anybody, anything. It could be, and this person is going to turn out to be dead weight. Then you think of yourself as a sailboat. Now, if you put too many things in that sailboat, no matter how much wind is blowing, you're only going to sink. You're only going to sink. And that's going to happen to you, I, and everybody else who cannot grasp the situation. However, now we do know the things in the sky. Okay, we know it's going to be chaos, especially in the United States. The United States, it seems as though the powers that be want the United States people to be quenched. In terms of like a lot of places where the people are being fed up with their government's sense of abuse. Now, the United States is called the United States for a reason, even though I can't think of the reason right now and it's been distorted. But to go around creating warfare on other people is not the reason. I know that. It feels in my heart and the heart of the divine and the energies of the world is abuse. It's abuse. Reality, now stuff. What the hell is real in this world? You got to ask yourself, what is real? Do you think when you see something on the television or the news or you read a newspaper that it's real? Do you think that if you didn't experience that pinch on your cheeks, that the pinch that somebody else received on their cheeks was real? Reality is itself is to be questioned. You have to realize that it's been stated. It's been stated, you can't, I mean, the movies have said it, you can't handle the truth. Now, what is that truth? The truth is you are powerful. You are. You are. Now, we're not all powerful in the same manner. We're not all powerful with the same gifts. But we are more than what we are told we are. That's why the realities of the situation, life on other planets, life in our oceans, what happened on such and such a date to such and such an accident. We're not told, so-called accident or act of war. We're not being told that because the less is best that you know, because it puts the power in the power of action in the hands of a few. Hi. I'm not doing free readings. I am just simply talking. I'm giving readings if you want to have a reading. That's something else. Private readings, a personal reading. But I'm like wondering about, I'm just really seeing the fact that the quickening is here. The quickening. People are saying, a lot of religious people are saying this is the end times. No, it's not the end times. It's a different type of times because they want you fixated on the ability to saying that I know the power. No. No one really knows because we're here with a free will, a lot of us. Irrational activity. If you look at this piece over here, you see all these facets, these clips and chips and angles. That is how bright our opportunities are, our sense of the puzzle of the ways things can turn and churn and flicker and just move. So the energy level that you have, I have, others have it. And if we get in touch with the energy of the ether, what is the ether? What is the ether? Well, then what is real? The ether is something. We're talking about predictions for like 2026, the year of the horse. 2026. 2026. We're talking about the chaos that we're going to see in the first part because the people are just going to be kapooed, are going to be like, I can't handle this. I can't handle all this. People are not even going to have a name for all this. It's chaos. Okay, let's see. People are going to continue to be impressed or worship the AI, worship the chat box, worship the CGI, computer generation things you see on television. You're going to worship the machine, the robot. And even our guts are telling us, hell no, I'm not worshiping some damn toaster oven. I'm not, then they're going to call you a Luddite. Like, you're not embracing technology. No, I'm not going to hug it because it's cold and dark, and it's cold. It's inadequate. It's not enough for a passion. It doesn't turn me on. You have to say, you're put here. You and I are in these times for a particular reason, because we have the capabilities to be in that space. To be in that space. We're here for the reason that we allow ourselves to be clouded by idiocy and the religion of the software, the robot dog, the humanoid robot. Or like, this AI is so much more intelligent and cheaper to have as a worker, as a functionality, than a human. And already that tells you the kind of square, two-dimensional a-holes you are dealing with. Then why are you're gonna buy something that has no human touch to it? In some cases, but you're going to draw the line, not because, oh my goodness, I am such a piece of crap, because this AI can do it better than better. What is better? So that's a redefinition of what it means to be human. A redefinition of what it is. And then, are we human to take other people's gold, other people's oil, other people's resources, other people's innocence? Or are we here to join to a new place, to redefine Earth humans are? This is how we have to talk. We have to talk human, Earth humans, because there's other things on this Earth. And they can go, oh, poosh, pasha, you stupid fool, you're making up a whole bunch of stories. No way. No way, no way, no way. It's that we have always been lied to about who and what, and those lies are peeling away like a banana skin. They're peeling away like a banana skin. That's why when you're with a lover who's not for you, because they're weak. They're weak. Whether it be a man, a woman, it doesn't matter. Weak is weak. Now, weak people, or they're cowards. It takes strength to be, to stand on your own 2 feet. Strength to listen to that voice inside of you. To listen to that voice inside of you telling you, this smells. Get like a burning sensation in your nostrils. It smells. There's a stench. Like, people are telling you stories, one story after another. Human life is trash. Human life is worthless. Prepare for the heavens. We're in this earth body right now for reasons, not to just discard it and throw ourselves into the incinerator of bullshit. Nah. And that includes like lovers. That includes like people that are telling you what you are. I'm not telling you what you are. I'm trying to make you see, feel that we are more than just lumps of flesh that have to get screwed once in a while. Or lumps of carbonating, defecating, consuming creatures. Soulless, heartless, confused creatures. Carbon creatures. We don't need a big mama, a big daddy telling us, look, go left, go right, go left, go right. We can have guidance, true, and we can have discussion, we can have transparency, but which way are you going to go? Which way are you going to go? And you ask that person that you're with which way you are going to go. That's all. That's it. And the fact that, let's just say 3i Atlas is out there and it's an alien spacecraft and it's looking at us, and it's like, wow, these humans are they worth saving? Are they worth connecting to? Or shall we just are they worth all the ruptures, nuclear bottom. I mean, nuclear bombs they're putting up into the sky because Elon Musk, his satellites don't get up there on balloons. They don't get up there with electrical EVs. How do you think they get up there? And are they making holes in our magnetic sphere? And if they're making ruptures, ripples to the rest of the cosmos, And do you think they're going to sit around and just go, oh, it's okay? No. What is this disruption from? And you take like years ago, I think in the 80s, Carl Sagan, he was one of the first well-known like celebrity physicists. NASA and him, so the scientists, they sent this little diagram of us, just like a menu, showing, this is what we look like. This is male, this is female, and this is what we do. And said a few little like algorithms, mathematical equations, and we make art and music. Now he sent that, and the scientists, NASA sent that far, 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 far away into the universe, showing all other planets, including those who like to eat us, come and get it. Like we were like, food. Sent them all over the place so they know where to come, and told everything in the galaxies our location. Even before we even were aware of so many things, of other galaxies, point blank. So maybe that all those calling cards, those business flyers, like business flyers, business cards, now they're coming back and going, hey, we got a whole bunch of Earth humans who are erratic, stupid, and unfocused, underdeveloped. And we got lots of things going on, so we have to keep our head above. Can you imagine too, like a spaceship? I've seen spaceships, by the way. I have for years. I've seen things, and probably a lot of those things I saw were reworked alien crafts. I've seen them. I'm not even going to go into how many times I've seen them. But can you imagine? If that day is coming and happening, how many people would flip? Because they've been trained not to deal with being part of the universe. We are part of the universe, the heavens, the universal consciousness. We're being not skilled enough to realize our past. In the 1800s, for instance, they used to have strange craft landing everywhere. It's nothing new. All this is nothing new. You look at the Sumerian text, the Egyptian hieroglyphics. You've seen all these type of things, spaceships. In old Renaissance paintings, we have saucers. So it's nothing new. And we're acting like, oh my, it must be like demons. It must be, so-and-so is so-and-so and so-and-so. We have all these weird places to put people at. So that is the first part, the chaos. There's no such thing as a witch. It calls intelligence. Study, learn as much as you can. Learn about the herbs that grow from the ground. Learn about the stars that are planets in the heavens. Learn. See, one thing about here, we have these little cute little words, witches, demons, silly little words. I can't even think of them right now. The thing is, part of being human is to use that gray matter, among other things. The gray matter between your ears. Learn, read, learn, read. Don't hesitate. Don't worry about somebody thinking you're an egghead or you're a witch or you're this or you're that. I mean, evilness, if you want to do like demonic rituals, now there are different societies that they're gung-ho about that. Let me look at the music video, right? You always see horns, you see Baphomet, you see blood rituals. You see all these snakes and stuff like hydras and stuff like that. Now, yeah, that is like, a certain set of people, as well as you see people who are not into that and not into that. I mean, the heavens and the interdimensional beings exist because we see only a fraction of the 17 known dimensions that there are. So if somebody can see more than you, like you would say that maybe somebody can make music and you can't make music, that person would be, have demonic abilities over the sound frequencies, however you want to phrase it. What? Is that the way to do it? So, I mean, all these cute little, lose your vocabulary, get a different vocabulary, or people that seek knowledge in a ritualistic way, and ritualistic terms of taking advantage of other people. I mean, eating other people, sucking their blood, stuff like that. That's just pure illness. That's illness. That is an inability to accept your place in the universe. And that is unfortunate because there are always people that like, this is as far as I can go. Like they used to have a thing, I think, you were all washed up if you didn't have everything all set in stone by like 20 years old, 21 years old, you're 21's an adult. Now it's like, it's impossible to get anything set in stone at 21. I mean, there's so many phrases, including which is real. Now, there are people that speak to spirits. We are spirits. We are spiritual people. Humans are very spiritual. Now, if you want to embrace negativity and grossness, that says a lot about what kind of spirits you are involved with. Now, I'm not saying calling somebody witches. Somebody is demonic, or see, again, word language, but evil is evil. Goodness is goodness. Empathy is empathy. Being oblivious and selfish, full of vices is one way of being. Being afraid is another thing. A lot of people do rituals because they're afraid to really like be original. And what is original? Feeling, caring. That's original. It's hard to be. It's hard. It's hard to be caring. It's better to be like, I don't want to get involved. I don't want to get involved. I'm scared. I'm brave. What is on the other side? And you can get fatigued too. You can get fatigued you can get fatigued. But there is sound. There is light, photons. There are frequency levels. There is many different things that we do not teach one another. Just like we don't teach people how to clothe your naked self, how to find a real friend, how to accept each other's differences, how to not feel jealous of somebody who has gifts different from your gifts. Yeah, selfish people, and selfish people can be your parents, could be your lover, could be your classmates, your co-workers, could be anybody. How many grandparents are jealous of their grandkids, right? They got youth and everything, and then they regret. Old people can regret what they did in their, and they want to have a chance. They're jealous because that somebody else, they can't suck up their blood. They can't suck up their youth. So I mean, how many people too are like realizing, even at a young age, well, gee, I'm scared. I'm scared, and there's nobody to hold me and tell me things are going to be all right. They learn a different lesson. And how many people can really be, I want to give something to people. How many people say that without having, what's in it for me? What's in it for me? People are freaked out right now. They're freaked out because even if you don't accept the fact that you have the abilities to do things, see over miles in interspatial travel, if you don't develop that, you kind of like get like a cricket, what's that word? A twinge, a pain somewhere important along the line. There's a beauty in the universe, and selfish people have a hard time. It's hard to be, some people find it very hard because not to be selfish, because scared that somebody else may know more about things than they do. And then they have to admit that they are not that smart enough to keep learning. It's all about learning, learning, learning. Keep growing. Don't level off. Don't level off until the last breath you take is exhausted. That is the secret of humanity. Keep growing. Growing. Keep sucking and soaking up to, keep getting the energy. Even though they're trying to dim the sun, which is the stupidest thing and the most terraforming manner for some other kind of species than humans, because we do need sun, vitamin D. Sun is very important. And then, but there are other forces around. There are other forces, and these other forces are coming to light now, they want more chaos. They want more chaos. They want more low energy vibrations. Because not all species that visit the earth, that are in the earth, that are on other planets, have the abilities that we have. The abilities that we have. You know that, don't you? It's like you take a pussycat, right? I love cats. The pussycat, soft, it purrs, it looks at you, its eyes look, slithered. They have a slim pupil. It's like, certain things, like a cat is a cat, but a cat is more than just something to put your hand all over and to kill mice and things like that. But is every being, every creature, every vibrating, living being has abilities and has a place and has potential. But if you already come with a pre-described attitude and you feel, it's just a cat, it's just a cat, oh, it's an animal. He walks in, it licks his own data. It licks his own, it licks his own crap off its tuchus, right? God, nasty. But, it's very hygienic. I mean, you have to see, people do not know how to express themselves among other types of life forms. Other types of life forms. Except in terms of how it adds to me. That kind of thing. I'm not selfish. That is selfish. Well, we're going to see a lot of that, though. When the people get chaotic, when they bring out those robot dogs everywhere, they're already starting to bring them on. The robot dogs in the cities, the drones. You could think right now with the surveillance level, with all the cameras on the buses, the trains, the planes, the streets, the highways, the houses, there wouldn't be any crime. Crime obviously it doesn't deter crime. Obviously. It's just cataloging. It's just emitting frequencies to what? Cause chaos. Cause more chaos. Because chaos is on some societal level necessary, felt by those who are powerless and power crazy, to control the ebb and the flow of human motion. That's what the year of the horse, the first part, is going to be all about. And then once they feel they suppressed enough people, which a lot of people are going to resist this because we've all been lied to, because we all know that the reality that we are perceived to experience it is full of stories, storytelling. There's a lot of storytelling going on. But yet, if you listen to those people who are telling the stories, you can see the loopholes in it. Like, honestly, do you honestly believe that you take a space program, for instance, NASA in the United States? Do you honestly think they're going to tell you anything of truth to make you get away from that, go to work 9 to 5, or cash in society, buy this, buy that? Do you honestly think they're going to say anything about alien races, alien ships? They've known about it forever. Or life on other planets, Mars, Mercury, Saturn, the rings of the moons. Do you honestly think that they're going to stop the flow and you're going to allow you to freely converse? But it's kind of out of their hands now because the other intelligence from other planets aren't going to wait around. They don't care about NASA. They don't care about the EU. They don't care about whatever they call their space team in Russia or China. They don't care. They don't care about little organizations because their technology, their development is on a much more conclusively higher level, or just different level. They're more homogenized, whereas we're still fractured, seeking a hive-like commonality, which is not really human. There's nothing you have to be free to think outside of the box. You must think outside of the box before you get put in the coffin. You must think about the many galaxies, the many planets that they exist right now. Go outside and take a look. If it's daytime, take a look and look how far you see out up in the sky. We don't live on a flat dome, a flat bed. You think about, what do you need to survive? You need clothes. You need shelter, right? Good food, clean air, pure water. Do you have that? Do you have water that does not have forever chemicals in it? Do you have good food? Do you have motivation other than calling people using terms that like are outdated terms? Do you think that Three Eye Atlas is a regular is some kind of comet that's going to dissipate? There's a lot of probabilities in there. Put the probabilities, having probabilities and asking questions and thinking of scenario can make a good story plot. True, can make a good movie, and it does. And I confess to being quite creative, but all in all, where are we going as a people? Where are we going? What kind of future are we going to live if we cannot think about where we're going as a collective race? Why would any society as it stands today want to have people informed? Because we haven't reached that level of development, because there's too much clawing, too much lower energy development. There's too much lower energy development. Now, we must realize that we are here for the purpose. What purpose is that? To eat crap and consume? What purpose are we here for? That's the question. Are we going to keep generation after generation reliving the same circle, the same Ferris wheel, the same merry-go-round? Power is a very blinding thing. Who gets the power? Who gets the power? Who holds the power? Who can keep the power? Again, once again, you're assuming, and we all have to, when we are assuming that we humans are the highest species on this planet. We're assuming I think we're one of the species on this planet. But the highest? There's too many unexplained artifacts. There's too many civilizations that have built up and fallen away. Our society is not at all as grand, nor as concrete, nor as specialized as as societies of old. And why would anybody tell you exactly what happened, when, where, and how? And how do you explain the monolithic structures that have existed pre-time, 10,000, 20,000 years old, when we only have a culture? We profess to say it's only been like 6,000 years old. We live on a planet that's 4.5 billion years old. You get that? 4.6 actually billion years old. Do you realize that's a long time? That's a long time. And to be ignorant of such a huge span of time, that's not thinking outside the box. That is thinking as reality. That's reality. So we are very much a novelist, sophomoric in terms of grasping all the things that this, and thinking of dinosaurs and hot lava and oceans and so forth. So nobody, first of all, nobody, except if you astral project yourself or remote view yourself to go back. Remote viewing, that's something else. We can go through that later, another time. But the point is, so much time. If yes, aliens do, yes, we're not the only ones that it exists. And this may not even be our Earth. Did you get that? It may, if we're only aware of 6,000, or we only acknowledge 6,000 years of human activity, and the rest of the time, what, we were swinging from trees and going, ooh, 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 like apes? Look around. I mean, as soon as they get something, I used to work in a museum, and they have several, like, back rooms. They're not open to the public. And they have certain things in those rooms. Mummies, body parts, things, out of place things. Also, too, there's like a race of giants. They have giant skeletons. They do. 20, 30 feet giants. Where do you think those intelligent, those beings have gone to? Are they still here? I mean, you can always look it up, and then if you dig enough, you'll find some sort of a paper trail. There's lots of things that are strange. And you would think, and they assume, and they keep us in a state of fear and agitation, worrying about skin color, religion, job security, food scarcity, which are, things like this, that we don't ponder. Where have we been, and where are we going? Yes. Mummies. And then even for years and years and years, they said, like, Egyptian tombs. Like, we used to think the only pyramids were in Egypt. They're all over the world. And we used to say the pyramids in Egypt were like tombs for great leaders. They're much more than that. Much more than that. Much more than, a tomb for one person. That was just a cute little way. So, I mean, as things unfold themselves to be, and even, what are those in South America? They have those NASA. I'm not saying it right, but those reliefs that if you look high in the sky, there's ancient things, there's ancient symbols. And also, too, if you've been taking a plane ride in the sky, on the East Coast, the planets have made the same type of, they have messages. They're not for you and I. They're messages to some other intelligence. Look at them. Take a trip from Florida to New York, for instance. And particularly in the southern part of, before you get to Newark, New Jersey, look down at the lights. Just tell me what you see. You see sigils. You see ancient markings in photons, in light, intensity, and design. That's quiet secret. That's a quiet secret. So there's so many levels of complexity. So many levels of complexity. There is. And yet we make simplify everything. Yes, no, maybe. There's lots of in-betweens for everything. So yes, we will have chaos because all these yes, no, maybes are no longer enough. Just like we have hobbits, right? They're actually a race of creatures, beings called hobbits. I think they're in Indonesia and not in Asia, in that area. And in the Andes, in the south, we have elongated heads, elongated skulls. And yes, I've been in cultures that they do play with a baby's head. A certain shape is desirable. However, they usually flatten them on one side. They manipulate the skull while it's still soft. But they don't like go out like a cone head. No. Yes, I do read cards. I do. I was just, really thinking about what is, in 2026, we're going to have our, basically 2026, we're going to have our beliefs challenged. Our beliefs, our dogma. We're going to have our stuff thoroughly reversed. It's going to be whatever you believed in 2025, 2026 will give you a whole new area, direction, that a lot of your beliefs are going to be no longer believable. Because you remember, like, I guess maybe like, I don't know, let me see, 20 years ago, I think it was. 20 years ago, they announced that there was more than 9 planets. Now, all people were always taught that, like, there's only 9 planets in the solar system. And this was the Milky Way. Now, the point is there are millions of galaxies. Millions of galaxies. And you could say, oh, no, I don't believe it. Well, millions, and there's so many planets you can't even think about it. So there's other worlds out there. There's other worlds. So we get stuck on these little tiny, stupid little skin color, body shape, language, and all these kind of like one thought, or one step, one stop, you stop here. You realize how much you're cutting yourself off from the entirety of the universe? But is life simple if somebody else is doing your thinking and you're allowing your brain to be cannibalized for somebody else's purpose and not your own purpose, of which you're maybe deluded into thinking that was your purpose because you are like not used to thinking for yourself, or not really seeing, like, you take the ocean. How many creatures are in the ocean that you and I and others are not familiar with? And we look at all the beautiful colors, the silence, the this, the that they live in. the wonderment, the way they glide through the waters. And many things are not even known because the depth of the water is so deep. And then too, there's underwater bases. Who is in the water besides these aquatic beings creatures, animals, what do you want to call them? There's other things in the water. We have an underground base. Why wouldn't we have an underground base? Why? And we do. There's so many things that are not discussed. So many things you can't trust. Why would they tell you something that you, first of all, think about how much money is spent on the space program, right? Space Force is a very quiet, uptight, expensive branch of the military. Space Force, right? It is. Yeah, but if you drink poison water, you get sick. If you eat unhealthy food, you get sick. And if you poop too much or too little, you can get sick. So, I mean, it's not simple. Simple is, understanding the goal of life to become a higher person, a higher intelligence, a caring, empathetic person. That's simple. But do you have the strength to become a caring, higher person? Do you have the strength? It's easier to become a selfish SOB and just worry about me, and bend the knee, make everybody else bend the knee, than it is to take other people as thinking, vibrating creatures, beings. Well, let's get back to 2026. 2026. Now, we do know that we are going to have this chaotic time. And a lot of people will fall apart. A lot of people. They're falling apart now. A lot of people are falling apart now. As encore or the end of the year. And they don't know where their next meal, next is coming from. And they're going to be overwhelmed with all this AI is God stuff. The Godhead, software, the robots. And they're also going to be using robots to marshal the masses to police the masses. They're going to be using robots. That's understood. And now, what are you going to do? What is that going to do? Well, at this time, and you can almost think that they're putting all this robotic action and these military everywhere, martial law everywhere, it's because the main power on the top of the pyramid knows that that the days of thinking about only Earth people are over. We are going to be hit with interstellar visitors. We are. And that's what it slowly, the preparation has all become. And with everything that's being done to date, which is why I think the cameras are there in the first place, to find out who gets the contact. Not so much who gets hurt with any type of crime, but who gets contacted first. Who gets contact? Do you think the bidding is in who will get contact first? Do you think if you got contacted by an interstellar visitor, do you think the power structure would leave you alone to commence conversation and sharing with these interstellar visitors? Dream on. So that's different. That's different. And the secret, see, power structure, governments, authority figures love to have secrets. If you knew everything that they knew, if you know it's like if you knew what they knew, then they wouldn't have anything to hold over you and to go, ha ha, I know and you don't. And that's a human gullibility or human liability. is that, I know more than you. Yeah. No, this is, we reached the pinnacle of like, falling apart. These culture, I mean, United States is over because financially in debt, and the people are crippled with irrationality. I mean, people are like frightened. People are scared. People are really scared. People are really scared. They're really scared because you're not being taught in cultures to think and to be valued for your thought processes, for your thoughts. That's basically it. You're not being valued. You're not being valued. People says, "Oh, it's because my skin is black. You don't trust me, or my skin is white. You think I'm stupid, or you're like trying to cancel me, or my skin is brown. You think that like uh, I'm inadequate, whatever. I mean, it's crap. It's crap. It's crap. It's crap. I mean, all these stupid things that people think about, or I'm fat and you don't think I'm lovable, or I'm skinny and you don't think I'm lovable, or you looking at my breasts, you're looking at my behind, you're looking at my legs. I mean, ugh, it just goes on and on and on. You feel like it's too stupid. Yes. And then you get all the pervs going everywhere. I mean, it's very, very, you see some of these commercials on cable, and you see the suggestions are nauseating. I mean, just the way that they're trying to like, their little sick one, their little one. So basically, well, you see where it goes. You see where it goes. Suffering, we're suffering it. I mean, people are, yeah, we don't need to suffer. We need to have a good time. We need to have a good time. We need to have a good time in knowing, in transparency. We need to know who's out there and what's out there and what they want of us. We need to utilize ourselves to the umpteenth degree. We need to try harder and get clarity. We don't need to be distracted with BS. So if anybody wants a reading, let me know. Anybody wants to feel, well, what is in store for your 2026? 2026. Yes, this is all conditioning to make you, show you all the possibilities, all the probabilities. It's the same thing when you watch one of those bake-off shows, right? They got those holiday things for like Christmas, Thanksgiving, Halloween. It shows you all the things you could do with the cake and the display and the decoration and the taste and all this. Everything is all very simple in that sense. They show you all the different things to do and to be and how it goes. It's just that's what happens. Hello. If anyone would like a reading, let me know. I am around. Hello, how are you? Thank you, you too. And I'm glad that you're doing well. Hello, Alicia. Hello. Hi, Cher. That's very sweet of you. I can. I'd be happy to. Let's see what deck I'll use. I kind of want to use my old deck. 1 second. If I can find it. Could have sworn I saw it earlier. Oh, here it is. So this deck is a deck I've been using pretty much throughout the year, and I think I used it last year as well. It's over a year old, and this deck has done easily over 2,000 readings. This particular deck. 2,000 readings for others, 2,000 readings for collectives, very easily. Let's see what needs to be known. Collective reading. Something to be known, something to share, something important for those watching or those that will see this. Who knows, maybe this will be revisited this time next year. Let's go and see. What's the message? Nine of Swords, Seven of Wands. Some of you could be fighting criticism of self-criticism, being overly harsh. What you stood proudly and defiantly and very resolutely for, the results of that hasn't exactly perhaps gotten you to where you'd like to be. And maybe you feel like for defending could either be a very specific things or several things. It's basically, though, a stance that you made in relation to your lifestyle, how you live your life, what will you allow in your life, how will you spend your time. And there is a juncture, maybe there's several junctures, but a main juncture in which you can feel like, should I have? Or maybe not even should I have, but was there another way, a better way to handle things than I did? You're overthinking too much what you did before now. So we have Nine of Swords. Nine of Swords gets a King of Swords as we make decisions ultimately that allows other people to go and base their actions of what they do. We could be afraid of self-criticism, how other people have seen us precisely because of the stances that we've taken, what we've declared. Also, too, what do we have to show for it when we assert ourselves in certain ways? And how does that marinate or age or result over time? But the question here to keep in mind as well is that this is still a spectator, not an actual participant in your life and the decisions that you yourself made. What they can comprehend is only from their side. They can't comprehend, number one, what were the circumstances that led you to go and put down your foot on, this is what I'm going to go with, this is what I'm not going to go with. Nobody can understand or know those circumstances truly other than you. Perhaps they can empathize, but do they understand? Does it matter if they understand, even if it's someone who loves you, which, well, 10 of Cups, I don't know. 7 of Pentacles. It's kind of like conditionals. Lots of conditionals in this energy. Plus, the King of Swords necessarily is not a warm energy. A King of Swords is, well, it's on the mental plane. In a King of Swords energy, we can truly say, in a truly pure King of Swords energy, here's someone who's even critical of themselves, who withholds emotionality, ease of emotions, acting on emotions, even for themselves, let alone for others. So keep that in mind when we are looking at this sort of energy. Here's someone who's not only this type of energy would be critical with themselves up to a certain point, let alone that which does not go and affect them. And then I have Devil. Energies keep on compounding. I still say in this energy, the viewer is their own harshest critic. The viewer also, too, who could be giving weight to other people evaluating or judging how you have acted before, when again, it's not like they were active participants in what you've been doing. Also, too, it's more than just the actions of what you do at a certain time period. It's you walking your life path that no one else can walk, the good and the bad, but you. But anyway, in this energy, very critical energy. It's almost like those wilderness programs when you have, what are they called? The predators, right? The predators who are surveying the scene and what can they go after, what should they walk away from. And yet maybe everything looks strong in a block, but if they continue to hang around a little bit, continue to lurk in the distance, continue to stalk, they can find opportunities in strength. They can find weaknesses, moments of lapses of attention where they can come in and take advantage. So number one, besides the fact of don't be critical of what you have stood for, what you stand for, what you have gone after, and how that could be judged, or the circumstances that have expanded past you taking definite stances in your life. Understand that in this energy too, you have people who are waiting, well, to predate. How do you, there's some verb that you make out of predator. Is it predate? It's not predate. I think it's something like predate, but I'm pronouncing it wrong. Never said the word, I've only read it. But anyway, it's a verb version of predator. Predator would be a noun. There's a verb for when you go after something, you want to make something a prey. You're in that hunter mode. And what I have here is that with your strength, with the strong stances, in general, community, collective read, with the strong stances that you have taken, Understand that by doing that, you yourself have drawn attention precisely because of what you would not compromise on, you walking and living your truth through the successes and through the failures. And in this energy, you have gained the attention of people who are curious, and they seek your weakness. So we have Ace of Wands. Ace of Wands in this energy doesn't quite tell me that much. So I'm going to draw another card. Magician. Okay, so collective message reading of the day. I don't care what kind of self-doubt you have going on in your head. Not for a moment. I want you to project your strongest and most confident self. I don't care if you feel like you are confident and brilliant on a scale of 5. I'd like you to go and project that you're confident and brilliant on a scale of 25. 25% more than just the 5% that perhaps you may feel. Or 250% more, whatever, right? You get the idea. Several times over, 5 times more than you feel right now. I want you to project. Because what you do and what you say have power. Doesn't necessarily have to go and make sense, but you have to believe in it. And the people who are watching you, the people who could prey upon you, they can actually be lured in by how strong of how strongly you assert yourself. And you assert truth, your truth, the truth, a truth. As long as you believe it, and success will follow quite quickly. So it's my message to everyone right now in your dealings. I want you to project your brightest, most confident self. And then I want you to try and amplify it. Again, it doesn't matter if even what you say here is all gibberish. As long as you act it, as long as you believe that you are the best, and with what you're doing, you are doing it the best that anyone and everyone could possibly do, would possibly do. And I have success coming not far after. You are in a jungle. And you don't have to go and stoop to the level of preying on others. But you can get distance and turn that which seeks to cannibalize you to that which actually supports you on your way up. I guess I should have said energies. Well, I had Virgo, I had Capricorn, I had Gemini. What else did we have? I think I had oh yes, we had strong Gemini, didn't we? 9 of Swords and Magician, strong Gemini. I think that was it. That is the message of the day. Follow through and continue pushing forward on what you have been doing. Success is coming for you. Just embody the idea maker, the creative, the leader, the one with the answers, set direction. All those sorts of energies are there with Magician and Ace of Wands. Oh, Ace of Wands would be Aries, wouldn't it? There's another energy. You may not see it. You may not see it, but other people do. Your brilliance, the success that is right around the corner for you. Right around the corner. Oops. Three of Pentacles wanting to fall out. Not quite the card I wanted, though. Judgment. You could feel disappointed about how past interactions, where they have gotten you so far, but success is right around the corner also too. Those who are dealing with you can see your success and know it's only a matter of time before you go off to something better. One could say in this energy, that come January could be very, no, it's not, excuse me, February could be very interesting for you with that with that Nine of Cups. Anyway, those are my messages for the day. Embody your best selves and go forward. Don't worry about how logical you seem or act, because it's all posture anyway. Posture is what will give you the chance and the opportunity to succeed and flourish. So work on perfecting that unflappable self. That's my message for everybody. Well, thank you for your time. I am on my way out.